stranger. You're so
Just crazy. About you.
everybody. Hi, everybody.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
How's everybody doing? Can barely hear it again. Are your headphones up? My mic is like, it's bumped up. Make sure you have your volume up. Toe is the same. Not much different. Sound is pretty low. I'm like, I'm peaking. I'm almost in the red. Maybe it's a red day. Red rum, red rum, red rum. All right, I'm bringing up chat over here because I did not have it up. Yeah, we finished Last of Us. Finished Last of Us on yesterday's stream. The first one, not the second one. I did just whisper red rum. I hope you got the reference. What's up, AG? See you later. Thanks for stopping by. You're now in a state of shining terror. You played the second, but did you play the first one, Jeremy? Long time ago. Which one did you like more? I'm still laughing at these chairs you guys sent me in Discord. First one was more interesting. You blew up the unarmed hospital staff with no hesitation yesterday, cold-blooded. It was the end of the game, man. It was the end of the game. It was either me or them. You know that doctor had a piece hiding under those scrubs. 100% that doctor did. And he would have killed Joel and Ellie. So... So if you guys are wondering what is the Twitch blackout about, we're just about to get into that. I'm looking for... No, it's not here. Oh my goodness, I miss these things. What a redhead. I missed so much. I missed so much yesterday. I think I kept closing Discord on accident yesterday. Sasha O'Hara. I don't like that. I don't know. I just don't like the sound of that. Okay, if you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm just bringing up a few articles because we're gonna get into this. Because, like many of you, I personally only learned about this proposed blackout, I believe it was yesterday before I went live. So I just want to bring up a few articles that we can kind of go into together. To get into this discussion. Because I want to hear your thoughts, and if any of you are interested or want to get anything off of your chest, you know, we're here for you guys too, to listen. And, well, let me say, we're here for all of you, not you guys. We're here for all of you. All right, here we go. So, you think from what you heard, blackout sounds like a good idea. Well, the blackout is supposed to be today. So if I was joining the blackout, that would mean I was not streaming, right? And here's, I have a lot of feelings on this. Ah, thank you, Quad. Let me just do one more. Before we get into it, let me just do one more post, and then I'll do some shout outs, and then we can get into it. You missed out on the blackout. Okay, a ton of people are saying this. Guys is such a weird word. I hear women use it to a group of their female friends when saying hi. I say it all the time. All the time. So, thank you, Quad, for that reminder. So, what is the blackout, you guys ask? What is the blackout? The blackout began, I don't know exactly when. I'm going to say yesterday people started talking about it. That's when I found out. The blackout began as a response to several Twitch streamers speaking out against people that sexually harass them. I've personally not even had time to read some of these stories, read some of these articles, so we're just going to do it together because I don't want to, I don't want to discuss something that I'm not completely informed about. But let's say on the surface, from what I read, blackout was intended initially to say, hey, let's not give Twitch support and money because they've not fully protected the streamers that have had apparently terrible experiences where they were violated and Twitch didn't step in to help them, apparently. Okay, this is where it all begins. I hate using this because I don't agree with it, but I'm telling you like where the facts stand. The audio is low. Can you guys, maybe I should just turn down the music a little bit. Is that any better? I turned down the music. Let me know if that's better, but now I don't see. That's better. Okay. Okay. Do you guys hear the music though? Basically, the blackout was intended to be a response and also, I think, an attempt, I believe, from the little bits I've read, was intended to be a response to say to Twitch that they need to take more accountability for what happens on their platform. And what I was about to say before the audio issue. Unfortunately, and I don't necessarily agree with this, I'm just telling you facts. Unfortunately, nobody that's a streamer on this platform, for the most part, who knows, there could be a few, but nobody on this platform is technically employed by Twitch. What does that mean? That means it's very easy for them, as it is any internet company, any social media company, to say, this is not our problem. Okay? We are not their employees. Is that right? Is that wrong? I think we're in unprecedented times. And there has never been a moment like this in history to compare it to, right? Every social media platform has its downsides. So that's a big problem. That's one of the biggest problems. And I'm not saying that Twitch needs to employ all the streamers. I think that would actually be virtually impossible. However, I think not only them, but I think social media companies, and not just social media, but I think online platforms need to come together and listen to different communities about how they plan to take action. And I don't know if that means like a government interaction. Does that mean that laws have to be written and precedents have to be set in order for them to take those steps? I don't know. Like, I don't have the answer. I'm thinking out loud here. I'm explaining this to you guys in the best way that I know how. And to kind of shed some light on the factual side of it first before we get into the actual issues. Streamers are their business writing them off as anything less than piss poor. It's not Twitch's duty to monitor the lives of streamers outside of their streams. Those were two comments that I just read. So the Me Too movement is separate from the blackout. The blackout is streamers wanting to be heard by Twitch for changes to the platform they've been asking for a long time. I would have to say it's not separate because, again, I haven't dug into these different stories, but this is, I mean, from what I can tell, it's different groups of women that are coming forth and sharing their stories and their experiences and telling the world that, hey, I wasn't listened to after I said something. Hey, I wasn't listened to. I think when it has to do with sexual harassment, whether or not you want to identify yourself with like a branded movement, I think, unfortunately, it is part of that movement. Can they walk away from viewers' inappropriate behavior? Well, okay, this is the other thing too. If you're familiar with my channel, from the jump, I've always tried to create a community that feels safe and inviting for everybody, and that's where the mods really deserve a big round of applause. Because yes, we are responsible for what happens. This isn't about one, it's about all the incidents that have been ignored and thrown under the rug. Enabling abusers to continue harassment both in chat and on screen. One incident can't wait for the day this is rare. This is, okay, somebody, Tatrix just says, this is exactly the reason why unions were formed, because companies will go out of their way to silence individual people, but if you band together, they have to listen. And this, okay, so, should we get into the article before I continue? I continue this. I did want to comment on that as well. Again, we're not employed. Streamers are not employed. However, let's take the union model, because I agree with you. Let's take the union model and say that in order for real change to happen, yes, it does take a dedicated group of people to come together with a plan. And I don't think that announcing one day before and saying, our plan is just to black out because we're so frustrated. I personally do not see how that will actually create a lasting and impacting change. Because the other half of the world was asleep when this stuff was announced, more than likely, you know what I mean? Okay, sorry, reading mod comments. That's interesting. What if social media companies need to be obliged to do something similar and have users agree they can't discriminate, etc.? Well, that is part of the Twitch policy, right? But here we're talking... Here, I'm going to stop reading comments because I feel like I'm going to kind of get lost in that, and I want to stay focused here. So, greetings from Greece. What's up? Non parli. No, no. I understand a little bit, but you're welcome to hang out. Please use English only, though. Oh, I need to write one more thing. Okay. Being vocal is much more important. I agree with that. And also because let's say that this is something that has affected me as well. I don't feel like it's helpful if you're on the fence or you're a cis male or you're somebody who doesn't normally speak out on these kind of things, and you should. I would say that people streaming today should either be having these discussions or hosting other streamers that are predominantly female or minority, or organizing around a charitable cause. Otherwise, they can... So let's bring up, so you guys can see what I'm actually reading. We'll bring up, no, we're gonna do it like this. Doop, doop, doo, 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 doo. Okay. What is this? What is this? All right. Here we go. Here we go. Ooh, no. Oh no. Too much red. All right. There you go. That's better. Is that better? Yeah, and friendly reminder, you guys. Questions are fine, but please do not repeat specific allegations. If you have a question, that is fine. But remember that, like, I'm not sitting here enabling accusations in any form. So if you have questions regarding things and specific things, that's fine, but don't straight out attack anybody, whether it's the victim or an alleged abuser. I have not even began to dig into any of this yet, so that's why we're doing it together. So all right, before you guys get into your questions though, like, let's actually talk about this first article I have pulled up that Swiss sent. So here we go. Dozens of women in gaming speak out about sexism and harassment. After more than 70 allegations surfaced on Twitter this weekend, gaming companies and streamers responded with action. Some say it's the beginning of real change in the industry. All right, more than 70 people. Okay, they've shared their own stories and statements posted to Twitter, YouTube, Twitch, and the blogging platform TwitLonger. The outpouring of stories from competitive gamers and streamers who broadcast their gameplay on platforms like Twitch for money led to the resignation of the CEO of a prominent talent management company for streamers, in a moment of reflection for an industry that is often contended with sexism, bullying, and allegations of abuse. Already, the response has been a far cry from Gamergate in 2014, when women faced threats of death and sexual assault for critiquing the industry's male-dominated sexist culture. Now, some are optimistic that real change can come. Gamers began sharing their stories after a Twitter user who posts as HollowTide tweeted an unnamed top player, okay, we're going to open that, of the online game Destiny on Friday night, referring to the person as a scumlord. 3 female streamers, Jules, Vern, She Snaps, and Shvitty5, saw the post and decided to come forward about their experiences with the same gamer in question, who is known online both as Lono and Say No to Rage. The women posted their allegations, including non-consensual touching, propositioning for sex, and harassment, on Twitter using their streamer handles. The streamers did not provide their legal names to the New York Times. In years past, women gamers who have spoken out against the industry using their legal names have been subjected to further harassment, hacking, and doxing. All of these which have happened to me. So, again, I feel like it would be a hindrance if I did not speak up about all of this. In interviews with the Times, when asked to describe their experiences with Lono, the streamers asked a reporter to refer to their public statements on Twitter, TwitLonger, and Twitch. Okay, so what does that mean? That means when they were interviewed, when asked to describe these experiences, they referred the journalists to read their public statements that they had already written. Which in this case, I think is pretty fair, considering that it's a sensitive subject and many women will never feel comfortable speaking out on specifics and regarding their experiences. So I understand that, and I think that's fine. Mods censoring for pointing out sex sells in this discussion. This is relevant. No, they're not. So stop. That message will just get deleted for baiting. So let's continue. Lono then responded to their Twitter accusations in a YouTube video posted on Saturday. Okay. There's no excuse for my behavior. There's no way to gloss over it. The things I did were unacceptable, he said in the video. Being inappropriate with these people robbed them of their sense of safety and security, and it broke trust, and I'm deeply sorry. He declined to speak to a reporter from the Times on Monday, and he would not share his last name. Coconut Pete, can you send that message to mods, please, so they can put it in Discord, because I would like to address that later too. After these accusations, other streamers began to open up about their experiences with high-profile men in the industry, including fellow streamers, YouTubers, game developers, and talent managers. Jessica Ritchie, a streamer and content creator in New York City, began compiling the allegations into a Twitter thread. She said in an interview on Sunday she received more than 50 direct messages from people asking that their stories be added to her thread. On Monday morning, she compiled all the allegations in a Medium post, which was shared widely within the streaming community. Okay, I did not see, like, these are just things that I have not even had time to dig into this. I'm not casting judgment or asking anyone to witch hunt those who are named, she said. I'm trying to give survivors of these issues a voice so they don't feel alone or gaslit based on their experiences in this industry. And here's the other thing I want to say. I know this is like a specific conversation about Twitch, but this shit happens in every industry. Every industry. And again, we are living in unprecedented times where for the first time I'm seeing victims having a sense of agency and having an ability to stand up for themselves. And we'll get into that more later. I'm just saying, I don't think any industry is innocent when it comes to issues of sexual harassment. Molly Fender Ayala, a Twitch streamer and community development lead for the video game Overwatch, posted a message on Twitter Sunday morning in which she accused Omid Dariani, the CEO of Online Performers Group, a talent management agency that works with many streamers, of acting inappropriately toward her and propositioning her for a threesome in 2014. Mr. Ayala denied a request for comment. Mr. Dariani did not respond to multiple requests for comment. I think this is like one of the only things that I actually read so far. This Twitter thread. Is this the girl? Let me see. No, I didn't, but I might have read in another small short article. Okay, let's get back to this. I feel that it's my responsibility to speak up, Miss Ayala wrote, so that other women in the streaming gaming world know that this isn't just how the industry is. Mr. Dariani responded to Miss Ayala's allegations in a Twitter thread on Sunday. I don't specifically recall the conversation reference, but I'm not going to sit here and argue whether or not it happened, he wrote, because I promised I would believe women. Yeah, I read this quote in another article yesterday, I think. Even, and probably most especially, when I'm the person being called out, and I do believe her. So as far as I'm concerned, this happened. That night, he stepped down as CEO. OPG is a special company, he wrote on Twitter. It's created an opportunity where none existed before. The talented women and men who work there pour their hearts into it daily. Give them a chance. Please don't destroy it because you're angry at me. Some of the accusations saw a swift response. At least one company, Astro Gaming, said it would stop sponsoring Lono and two other streamers who had faced accusations. High-profile streamers and clients quickly cut ties with Online Performers Group. Facebook Gaming temporarily suspended one streamer after public allegations on domestic abuse. Brooke Thorne, a streamer and gamer in Britain who's managed by Online Performers Group, announced that she would be stepping away at the end of her contract. She said in light of Ms. Ayala's allegations and the way Mr. Dariani responded, she no longer wants to be associated with the company. She noted that sexism and misconduct in the industry run deeper than one person or one company. When it's one call out, it's a problem with the person, she said. When there's a ton of call outs, it's a problem within the industry. Again, my opinion is that no industry is innocent of these type of problems. Okay, turned up again. It's not just the members of the streaming community taking notice, said Chase, the head of communications at Stream Elements, a live streaming tools provider who only goes by his first name. Brands and companies that work with streamers are seeing who these individuals are and might not want to associate with them on future endeavors. This isn't the first time gaming has been said to be having its Me Too movement. Last summer, game developers went public with accusations of sexual assault, harassment, and abuse, and were met with a swift backlash from the gaming community, but this time the reaction has been different. Fellow streamers, fans, and companies have shown support for women speaking out. Kenzie Gordon, a PhD candidate at the University of Alberta who studies gaming in relation to prevention of sexual and domestic violence, said that, quote, if studios get to the point where people are actually being fired for these accusations and stepping down, and there's some actual structural change happening, that would be evidence of a watershed moment, end quote. Twitch released a Twitter statement on Sunday saying that the company takes accusations of sexual harassment and misconduct extremely seriously and was looking into the accounts concerning streamers affiliated with Twitch and will work with law enforcement where applicable. A Twitch spokeswoman declined to comment further. On Monday, streamers began calling for a Twitch blackout. Okay, I heard about this yesterday, so apparently started on Monday, in which users would refrain from using the platform on Wednesday to pressure the company to address racism and sexual misconduct. That night, the CEO of Twitch, Emmett Shear, shared an internal company email on Twitter that stated that Twitch was looking into all of the incidents and will be cooperating with law enforcement. We support people coming forward, commend their bravery in doing so, and know there are many others who have not, he continued. The gaming industry is not unlike others that have had to reckon with systemic sexism, racism, and abuse that rewards certain people and disadvantages, even harms others. The status quo needs to change. Gaming scholars said the community may be more receptive to addressing allegations of sexual misconduct this time around after embracing social activism during the recent Black Lives Matter protests. It did seem like there is a wellspring of support that might have been there in the past, but because of the times we're in, it seemed to me even more profound and supportive, said Jennifer Jensen, who studies video games and gender at the University of British Columbia. It's also possible that we've just hit a critical mass of these allegations coming out over and over. The gaming industry is particularly conducive to a culture of misogyny and sexual harassment, she said, because straight white men have created the identity of the gamer as this exclusive property. Would women, people of color, or LGBTQ people try to break into the industry, she said, the toxic geek masculinity pushes back in ways that often lead to sexual abuse and bullying. Again, reason number one why it's so important to have a great group of moderators that help a community like this, a community like mine, the people here thrive and feel safe. Because nothing is perfect, especially on the internet when people have anonymity. It's a toxic geek. Toxic. Gaming studios are often reluctant to defy those fans, but recently it's become clear that there's a demand for a variety of video games that appeal to all types of people, which requires more diversity among game designers and could necessitate changes in the industry. I think there really needs to be a top-down reorganization, she said. Setting up a diversity committee is not going to solve this problem. And that kind of goes back to they didn't call it, did they call it? You would really like to know how many of these cases and aggressors are from North America. Sexism and racism are crazy there. The biggest issues in gaming, treatment of women, minorities overall, and pay of game designers are massive glaring issues. Interesting. I don't think racism and sexism are only problems in North America whatsoever. I think that because we are, America is, especially America, and speaking of North America, but especially America, we're supposed to be, you know, our own country says we're supposed to be the leader of the free world, and yet we're so far behind on so many issues. Let's say not in my previous career, but, well, let's say as a result of. Anyways, Bernie Nookum Sanders, thank you for the tier 1. Ibernato, thank you for the 8 months. Mr. Free, thank you. Lotus Afloat, Jean9172, thanks for the subs, you guys. So, that's the main article, right? So, in Eastern Europe, you don't see much of this as in North America. Okay, look, this is gonna kind of lead to another discussion, but like, how are women treated in Eastern Europe? Do they have opportunities which allow them to enter the workforce? I do think that, I'm not sure how the university system works, but at least in Western Europe, where people can go to university for free, you do see a different opportunity for growth. Let's also say Eastern Europe has not necessarily had the same colonialism, the same opportunities when it came to colonialism as Western Europe, right? So you still have maintained your ethnic and cultural identities for a larger part. But let's throw in yeah, exactly. Kavuji, agreed. Like, let's throw in the fact that I've personally, well, anecdote, not a fact. Let's throw in an anecdote that, like, I've firsthand seen racism while I was in Eastern Europe. I firsthand called it out while I was visiting on multiple occasions. When you have communities and cultures that do not grow up with other people who do not share the same ethnicity or cultures as them, there's always some sort of imbalance of power, and a lot of that drives down to racism. And let's say the racism from Europe is not like in the US. Let's say I think the biggest difference is the fact of, like, the murders and violence that happen here. but everything else, socioeconomic situations, opportunity to advance, they are very similar in Europe as they are in America. Like, but I don't think you're going to go out and see the same type of violence that happens here, because we live in such a fear-based, violently driven culture in America, and it's really sad. Eastern Europe and other countries think they don't have these issues because there's no freedom of press, speech, etc. So these topics aren't brought up and given false impressions to people that they don't exist. I think that's another interesting point of view. That's definitely an interesting point of view. That's a very valid point, I think. Anyways, so let's not get into the who has it worse, or it's not a competition when it comes to this. Let's stay on track. So I think that's really good, Fluff. Yeah, we need a notepad for all the tangents. I'm gonna think of something. Maybe I'll invent something for chats. Like, makes it. Ooh, I have a really good idea. Actually, I have a really good idea. You went to Russia with your college trip and had a black classmate with you. He was called the N-word on more than one occasion, so I think it's fair to say it exists elsewhere, and it's pretty common. Exactly. Like, I was just giving you anecdotes that I've personally witnessed, and there you go. There's another anecdote. Like, these things do exist. In other countries. Human history is universally based upon the subjugation and subordination of women. Exactly. Why is Europe and US apples and oranges? Shouldn't all people be treated equally? Yeah, that's why I'm saying, like, these things exist everywhere. So, next thing, let's see. So, this just looks like, I don't know if I want to dig into that yet. Let's read this one, because I know this one came up a lot. This is by Molly Fender Ayala. It's me, Mollyo. My experiences with Omid Daryani. With all the stories being shared about sexual misconduct in the gaming industry and streaming space today, I felt like I needed to share my experience with Omid Daryani. Back at PAX Prime 2014, I met you in person for the first time. I was still in college, and it was my second convention ever. I was trying to meet people to learn how to break into the gaming industry. When we were introduced, I was really in awe of you. You had been in the industry for many years, multiple companies, and it seemed like you knew everyone. At the time, you were in a senior position at Sony Online Entertainment. I looked up to you and wanted to learn from you anything that I could because I wanted to be like you. Whoa. Whoa. Okay. While hanging out with a bunch of other streamers and industry folk, we had some great conversations about the industry and your experiences. As typical for conventions, these conversations went late into the night and morning. When it was time to head back to the hotels, we walked back together, still talking about life, games, and industry things. As we were about to go our separate ways, I wanted to make sure I'd learned as much as possible. I asked if you had any final advice for someone like me trying to make it and succeed in the gaming industry. Your response was a story about a girl who had quickly gotten ahead by sleeping with some of the men at her company. You remarked that in a male-dominated industry, it was really the best way to get ahead. That's just how the industry is. You told me that it was a small industry, very relationship-based. You told me that you could help me. You also told me about how people could also be your downfall, and that you had personally blacklisted others before. and about women who had been blacklisted in the industry for not, quote, doing the right thing. Whoa. Whoa. All right. That's pretty up. GNGG, what's up? Thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. We're talking about bloop. Okay, they got it. We're talking about sexism, sexual harassment on Twitch, and the recent discussion surrounding Blackout Wednesday, which was an attempt for streamers to get Twitch to address the multiple concerns about sexual harassment on the platform, because it's not the first time that people have spoken out. So right now I'm just kind of reading a few different articles about how this started, let's say this round, because again, this isn't something that's new. So I do want to hear your, listen to you guys if you have your own experiences that you would like to share, but please don't start calling people out, don't start bashing people. But I will, we'll open it up to questions and things like that afterwards, but I kind of want to inform myself a little bit. Lush X, thank you for the 300 bits. T-Chark, thank you for the 2,500 bits. Johnny Top Gun Mav, thank you for the sub. They call me McLovin, thank you for the sub. All donations and bits are going to charity in the month of June. So again, that's just another reason why, in the middle of a pandemic, while people are fighting for equal rights, this is not the time to be silent, in my opinion. So we're continuing to read this article right here. Well, not an article. This is just something that this girl wrote. Molly Fender Ayala. She's a streamer on Twitch. It's me, Mollyo. Okay, while hanging out with a bunch of other streamers and industry folk. Oops, sorry, wrong part. We just read that. Shortly after these stories, you propositioned me to come back to your room for a threesome with you and your wife. I was shocked and confused. I playfully brushed off the suggestion, thinking there's no way that could actually be what you meant, especially after the stories you had just told me. But you asked a second time, this time more bluntly. I declined a second time. At this point, I had some pretty strong red flags, but not wanting to be blacklisted, I politely made excuses for needing to leave. We went our separate ways, and I avoided you for the rest of the convention. After coming home, I took several months away from streaming and questioned if I wanted to pursue my dreams in the gaming industry at all. If that's what it takes to succeed, then I wanted nothing to do with it. For years now, I've gone back and forth. I've made excuses for you because everyone was drinking. Maybe I was sending the wrong signals. Maybe I misunderstood you. I was 24 when this happened, but it's been 6 years since then, and I've learned a lot along the way. You were being manipulative to a young woman who looked up to you. You used your position of power and stories about blacklists to pressure me into having sex with you. I didn't say anything then because in some ways, you succeeded. I was scared of your power in the industry. I didn't want to be blacklisted from reaching my dreams. While I don't feel scared for my career anymore, I do worry about the many young women that you've come into contact with over the past 6 years. I worry about many young women's careers that you now manage as part of the OPG group. Young women who, like me, are just trying to work towards their dreams. I feel that it's my responsibility to speak up so they know that this isn't just how the industry is. I wish someone had told 24-year-old Molly. If I truly believed that this was just a one-time mistake, I wouldn't post this. However, I believe that this is just my personal experience within a larger pattern of predatory behavior and you manipulating young women. And I know of at least one other woman who had nearly identical experience with you in 2014, which is after her experience. I don't know who else you've tried this with or how many times it's worked, but this industry is scary enough without people who gatekeep, manipulate, and who insinuate the way to the top is through your bed. Okay, I think this is like safe for stream. I'm not gonna get into the comments of this Reddit thread. Definitely not gonna get into the comments of it, but this person seems to have put like some valid points together, and they're, you know, again, he's saying that he's being very diplomatic about it. So we'll just read what he says. We're not gonna get into the comments. So can you link the thread? Yeah. What is Twitch blackout? Twitch blackout is a response where several streamers banded together to say, let's black out Twitch and not stream, so they take responsibility for the sexual harassment and abuse that has happened on the platform, which I kind of got into earlier, but we're going to be discussing this all day. Basically, they were, some streamers felt that they should black out. I feel the exact opposite, but I do feel if you're not a woman or a minority and you are deciding to stream today, you better be streaming in support and solidarity of the people that are coming forward. Otherwise, pew, 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 stab, stab. I have to go to the bathroom really quick and we're going to get into this. So I will link you guys this thread. What is Twitch to do in response though? Yeah, we'll get into all of this. I'm not taking questions quite yet because we're going to still read a little bit more. Okay. Twitch didn't make this happen. That's your opinion, right? And again, as I said at the beginning of the stream, not only Twitch, this happens in every industry, but not only Twitch, every social media platform and every website has ways to skirt around accountability. I'm not saying I agree with that. I'm just saying that's a fact because we are users of the platforms we're on. We are not employed by these platforms. Inaction is action. That's right. So give me 2 minutes and I'll be right back and we're gonna keep going. The G Fuel is shaking. It's thunderous. Okay. Yeah, fart jokes are still fine. We need some humor. So I'll be right back. I'm looking oily. Don't even tell me I'm looking so oily. Okay, I'm back. Oh man, I'm sorry to hear that, Savage. I hope you're holding up okay. So where were we? We're discussing the Twitch blackout. And we're getting into this next thread. You came into Twitch because you got an invitation on Facebook first time here just to see Sasha. Aw, thank you. All right, so this thread, let's talk about this right here. Dozens of women have levied sexual assault allegations towards several Twitch streamers, YouTubers, gaming, esports personalities, and gaming industry personnel. These are allegations, not confirmations. Let's not start canceling people because of this until there's full confirmations. This list is not being updated anymore. I've spent too many hours trying to report everything that I find in a way that shows both perspectives. My final thoughts. Most of these allegations will end up being just that. Some of the allegations. Some of the accusers have admitted of doing it, but most won't. I'm also sure some will be false accusations that won't lead to anything. It's sad we live in a world where this kind of stuff happens daily, and so many women and men feel like they have to hide it. It's also sad some people lie and falsely accuse others, ruining their career. That's just how it is. Okay, that's this person, Dan GR. This is somebody on Reddit that put this thread together. Let me just point out that statistically, the number of false accusations when it comes to women reporting sexual harassment or abuses are not fake. Let's just put that on the record, and then we'll continue. Okay, included in the allegations are Ami Daryani. That's who we just read about in this twit longer that Molly wrote. A content creator management company. Today he stepped down as CEO, and over a dozen Twitch streamers and YouTubers, including Dodger, CoCarnage, Strippin, and Towley, have now dropped OPG. Twitch has made a statement on Twitter. That guy really both-sided as hard as he could. Yeah, he did. Okay, we've all read that. Okay. It seems like it all started in the Destiny game community with allegations against Say No to Rage. That's what we read in the New York Times article. So this is, I think, where it began. My experiences with Say No to Rage. This was on the 19th of June. Okay, this is really long. Do you guys want to read this? Should we just go into more discussions? I feel like since this is the one that kicked it off, we should give time to this. This is Mind of Snaps. It's a little bit of a long read, but I think it's worth it. I want to make sure it's clear that what I'm about to share isn't something I'm sharing for revenge or because I want someone's career ended. I don't care in the slightest what this person does with their life, as long as they do it away from me. I have no ill will, only desire to not have to interact with them ever again. I'll just lay out my experiences, and y'all can make of them what you will. Basically, several interactions with Lono left me feeling violated and uncomfortable, and the below message should help explain why. Lono, the night of the movie with the Summit group on April 24th, 2018, you made me incredibly uncomfortable several times. I've been basically stewing in my feelings of how to react or respond to the events of that night, and that caused some other memories to surface, which led me to this moment here. I'm not sure how vivid your recollection of the night went, so I'm going to share my memory of how things went down. What you said and did bothered me a great deal. It started very minimally with you reaching out and stroking my hair once at dinner when we were discussing our haircut stories. I didn't particularly enjoy people invading my personal space without asking, and that includes my hair. I would also suggest not doing this to other women either, as most women don't like when people touch their hair or faces. Seriously, just ask first. It was especially close because much of my hair was behind my shoulders at the time, so you had to reach to the back of my neck and pull some of it forward. You were sitting to my left, and you used your right hand to reach around my neck to grab my hair from the base of it to pull it around to the front, dragging your thumb across the back of my neck while you did it. It bugged me, but I ignored it, as I didn't want to seem hyper-aggressive over something that plenty of people may not find as bothersome as me. You mentioned, while you're playing with your own hair, that you do that a lot when drinking, so I just assumed you were being extra familiar because you'd had a few beers during dinner. On the way back to the hotel from dinner, I shared my vape with you and a few others. When we got to the hotel, I was on the phone with my boyfriend, away from our group, and I noticed you had turned yourself around in your seat about 10 to 15 feet away to stare at me. I thought maybe you were trying to get my attention for something, but that wasn't the case apparently. You were just straight up staring at me and smiling for several minutes while I was on the phone. After I ended the call and sat down across from you again on the couches with everyone else, you turned and started staring and smiling again. At one point, I even said, "What's up, Lona?" to see if you were staring for a reason, and you just said nothing and continued staring and smiling at me while I attempted to converse with the other people sitting around us. When we were outside waiting for the buses, you were staying super close to me, like shoulder to shoulder, touching consistently. I kept deliberately stepping away, and soon enough, you'd be right there next to me again. You said at one point that you were feeling pretty high, so you wanted to stay close to me. I said okay because I thought you were just getting paranoid or sketched out from smoking too much, and I didn't want to ditch you if you were feeling stressed. When we sat on the bus together, that's when things crossed a major line for me. The little things here and there may seem insignificant, but paired with the weird behaviors and body language and the fact that it was dark on the bus, it really stuck out to me and made me feel incredibly uncomfortable. I realized partway through the trip that I was heavily leaning out into the aisle to avoid touching shoulders with you. Yet I kept feeling your shoulder touch mine. I looked over, noticed you were literally leaning into my seat, and physically pushed you back into your own seat by the top of your shoulder. I said clearly, "Hey, look, you have your own seat. If you lean back into that, we can both sit up straight without touching shoulders." You smiled at me and immediately leaned back into my seat and said, "I don't mind." I responded, "I do mind. You've got plenty of space over there." Then I pushed you back again in the same manner. You leaned back into my shoulder again after that. I pushed you for a final time and held you firmly in your seat by your shoulder, nearly at arm's length, to try to make my point very clear. You just kept staring and smiling at me during this. I had to tell you that I was claustrophobic, which I am, and that I was having a hard enough time being in a dark, packed bus, but without my personal space, I get way more anxious and stressed way faster. You finally seemed to get the idea, so I removed my hand from your shoulder and sat back in my seat again. What happened next was worse. You started rubbing up and down on your pant legs with both arms and sort of fidgeting, stretching out in your chair. You told me, "Sorry, I really get liberated when I'm high or drunk." I responded and said, "I don't even know what that means, but okay, man, have a fun night." You repeated yourself, "Yeah, I'm just letting you know that I get really, awakened." I once again responded dismissively, trying to make it clear I had no interest in wherever this conversation was going. You leaned in. "Yeah, it's just that when I get high or drunk, I get really liberated sexually." Wow. I immediately leaned away from you even further and said, "Okay, whatever. I don't need to hear about that. I don't care about that. It's not my business. Feel whatever feelings you're feeling, but keep me out of it." You responded with, "I'm just letting you know ahead of time because..." And I cut you off and said again, no, I don't care. You don't need to let me know. Keep it to yourself. You tried again to repeat yourself by saying something like, I'm just telling you just in case. And then I made myself much clearer and even a bit louder. I'm honestly pretty sure the people sitting behind us heard all of this. I said, I do not need you to tell me anything just in case. There is no just in case. This is going nowhere. Do not tell me these things. They have nothing to do with me. Keep it to yourself and keep your hands to yourself. After that, you sort of held your hands up like you were trying to make peace and stopped talking. I turned away from you and I tried to talk to anyone and everyone sitting around us so I wouldn't have to speak to you again for that bus ride. When we got to the theater, I was so grateful to be off that bus with you. I practically ran away when I saw Liz walking ahead. I went up to her and said, I'm sitting with you, okay? When she saw the look on my face, she asked what was wrong, and I told her that you'd been acting weird and made me feel incredibly uncomfortable on the bus, so I wanted to avoid you for the movie. I did not have any intentions of sitting next to you for a long movie in a dark theater. For the next probably 30 minutes while we waited in line, and as we approached the theater doors, Liz and I switched spots and moved ahead in line whenever we could to keep me as far away from you as possible. It was strangely hard as it seemed like you were really working hard to be next to me. I was so glad I didn't have to sit near you during the movie. Just walking past you with my popcorn was awkward enough as you stared at me through that as well. After the movie, you came up to me outside the hotel and said, I'm feeling better now. I don't smoke as often anymore. Not really an apology, but you clearly saw that things were weird and wanted to bring it up to me in some way. At least that's what it felt like to me. I was pretty dismissive and just said you were cut off from using my vape again before walking away. So if you've read all of this and felt like none of it was wrong, or maybe that it wasn't that bad, let me give you a little perspective. Here's how the rest of my night went after that. I went up to my room and FaceTimed my boyfriend to talk about our day. I was only halfway in the conversation because I was replaying the events of the night, trying to figure out if I was blowing things out of proportion or not. I thought about telling him what happened and how it made me feel, but I was worried he'd be upset and then he'd have a bad night's sleep because he'd be stressed worrying about me. I decided not to tell him that night. I thought about hanging up with him early at one point so I could write down the details of the night faster because I didn't want to forget any of the important details because I knew I couldn't let this go. It didn't matter. I haven't been able to forget them since. When we hung up, I tried to sleep. I used my CBD oils, hit my vape, tried to meditate. Everything I tried got me nowhere. I just kept repeating those events over and over and thinking, what if I had responded this way? What if I had just tried to be nicer? Was I blowing this out of proportion? Why does this bother me that much? What's going to happen if I bring this up to him? Is this going to happen again if I see him tomorrow night? If I get angry because he pulls some shit again, is this going to alienate me from my friends here? Will we be stuck in a zone where now I have to avoid some of the people I like in order to avoid him at parties? What if he tells everyone else a different version of the events and they all hate me? What if he tells everyone else and they all agree that it's nothing and I'm just being overdramatic? And so on and so on. As I was considering my next acting people, what? Yeah, I think you got timed out for cussing, but again, this is not an industry specific issue. I know we're talking about Twitch, but these issues are issues in every industry, and people in positions of power time and time again use that power to a disadvantage, unfortunately. Okay, let's continue. As I was considering my potential next move and was thinking of confronting you publicly the next day, by pulling you aside in plain sight of the others at the summit, it occurred to me as I did this that it wasn't the only time you've crossed the line with me. I already had an idea in my head that you were not going to be trusted, that you were not to be trusted in certain situations, and I basically ignored it and tried to give you the benefit of the doubt. The first time I met you at Goth's house party before DCC, I was leaning up against the counter talking to someone in the kitchen when all of a sudden, I felt two arms slide around my waist, directly underneath my breasts. Because it was so close, I thought it was my boyfriend at first until I looked down and noticed your arms. I'd been leaning forward on a relatively high counter, so my shoulders were forward and my backside was pushed out a little. You had come up behind me and completely wrapped yourself around me, then put your head on my shoulder super close to my face. I remember very forcefully removing your arms from around me and stepping aside and saying, "Whoa, no." It made me incredibly uncomfortable. I couldn't get and now can't again, the mental image or the discomfort of it out of my mind. The feeling of looking down and seeing your arms where they were not wanted made me feel violated. Your arms were touching my breast, your groin was pressed up against me, your head was on my shoulder, and none of that was okay. I remember when that happened, I was upset, yet after pulling you off me and moving away, I decided to try to stay calm about it because it was in my best interest. I was the newcomer at Goth's house. Like, I hope you guys are really listening and paying attention to this, because these are situations that women and girls find themselves in all of the time, as well as black folks and other minorities find themselves in all the time. And it makes it very difficult to speak out. "35% of victims of abuse of men, and yet we never talk about it because men are not in the minority." And people do talk about it. So let's not go there, please. Let's stay on track. So here you go. "You were a big streamer to me and had already been friends with those guys who were even bigger names for a long time. If I became upset and made any kind of scene, I imagine I would be the one leaving feeling embarrassed. I justified your behavior every way I could in my mind to avoid issue. I didn't even tell my boyfriend about it until a couple days later because I was worried about how he'd want to handle it. I didn't know if he'd be mad at you, want to hit you, or think I was being crazy. When I did tell him, he was bothered, but he promised me not to do anything about it. I basically told him I handled it by pulling you off me and saying a clear no, and we didn't need to make waves. Years later, this had all been reduced to a general feeling in my gut that told me to keep an eye on you. These recent events, paired with the first encounter, have led me to believe that you're totally aware of what you're doing, but that you maybe don't realize just how bad it is that you're doing it. I think you've been deliberately attempting to seduce female broadcasters and who knows who else every time you attend an event that awards you moments of alone time with one of us. I don't know if I believe this is malicious predatory behavior or if it's simply ignorance as to what's appropriate and what isn't. Another segue. This is why it's so important for people to have these discussions when their children are young, setting good examples of how and when advances are appropriate or not. I've spoken with 2 other women about how those encounters went, and to my surprise, both responded with experiences of their own. Liz shared with me 2 experiences. One where at a while sitting alone with her, you told her that when you drink, you get inappropriate. Another experience was when you were intoxicated and were telling her repeatedly throughout the evening how you would like to have sex with her then boyfriend. Whoa! Was not seeing... I didn't see that curveball coming. I gotta stop. Okay. She felt totally uncomfortable in both situations. Also, if you know that when you drink you get inappropriate, why the fuck are you still drinking at these events? Another female broadcaster shared her story with me that I agreed to keep private. She said you were making repeated advances under the premise that they were all in jest, but that the vibe was weird and you were alone at night at the time. Metal Fish Boy, yes, I do. And I even see it in different pockets in California as well. I think people that grew up in more diverse neighborhoods have incredibly different opinions than those that grew up in bubbles. But we're not going to quite get to that yet because we're still focused on this. All right. So now here I am writing a letter to you on my Sunday evening instead of cleaning and chilling after 2 weeks of travel because all I can think about is that you're probably trying is that you're probably trying shit like this every chance you get. I'm thinking about how many times you said things that made me believe you were attempting to justify your future behavior. It stuck out so much that I avoided you the entire evening because I did not want to see what the fuck you meant by sexually liberated. If you don't believe that any of this is as big of a deal as I now if you don't believe that any of this as big of a deal as I'm now realizing it is, all you need to know is you have made me and other women feel uncomfortable repeatedly by your sexual advances or innuendos or whatever the fuck you want to consider this. You touched me very inappropriately without my consent the first time I met you. I should have said something then aside from, whoa, no. I regret that now. I've been attempting to tell myself this whole time that I was going to talk this over with you or send you this message and then attempt to stay friends with you. And first of all, whoa, no. I get she wishes she would have used stronger words. Whoa, no is enough. If you get a whoa, no, stop. Stop. Stop right there. Stop. No. You don't get more clear than that. No. But today, while talking to Liz about how I was nearly finished writing my letter to you, it hit me how upset I am over this. That's how I know it's not just a bunch of little things. There was some weird intent behind all of it that I could feel, yet I've been attempting to justify it and stay friends with you to avoid causing a stir. Fuck that. Maybe I'm wrong about your intentions. Maybe they're not predatory as I feel they are. Initially, I had thought I wanted to go about this in the least hostile way possible to preserve our friendship, but I'm not interested in pretense anymore. I would like you to stay away from me. We were never close enough friends for you to feel that it was appropriate for us to converse the way that you tried to, or for you to touch me the way that you did. We don't chat regularly. We never exchange numbers. We are friends in the professional sense. I don't even know your wife or kids' names. These are the things that stand out to me when I try to justify your behavior as that of a person who just thought we were close enough to act however you pleased. I've been stuck losing sleep and obsessing over this bullshit for days now, and I'm done with it. You've responded to a couple of my Twitter posts since returning, and it just brought me right back into the same uncomfortable series of thought processes. No more. As I said, maybe I'm wrong about your intentions, but I'm not going to be sticking around to see where this goes. I think you honestly need help, not just because of this, but because because of some of the things you said at dinner regarding your mental health. So I'm not... Somebody just spammed me some memeable content, totally unrelated, obviously, to this. I suggest that you seek help. I also suggest that you stop smoking and drinking since you're clearly aware that you can't control yourself when you do. Please go find a professional to work through whatever it is that you're going through. Do some reading on the concept of consent. Think about how your actions might impact the women who you're around when you do shit like this. I'm honestly so angry that my St. Jude summit trip was tainted by this entire encounter. I'm angry that I'm angry at myself for not acting sooner when it's your fucking fault for behaving in a manner that was clearly unprofessional at the very least. The very fucking least. I've been sitting here blaming myself for my discomfort when it's your fault in every way. You're an adult. You have a family. You should know better, intoxicated or not. I'll be sending a message to Zach at St. Jude and the guys who organize Guardian Con. Dang, it's called Guardian Con? I'm simply going to be sharing my experiences with them to ensure we're not near each other anytime soon or in the future. I do not want to be around you in any capacity. I honestly don't know if you'll ever fully realize how much of these small things have impacted my mental health. I'm so mad at myself for allowing it to get to this point. I'm stressed because I have no idea where this is going or how much it's going to continue to affect me in my life. I don't know if my friends will believe me in my feelings or if this will all seem silly to them. I should have brought up how weird I felt after you pressed yourself up against me at Goth's house the first time. I'm not making that mistake again. I keep wondering if you've made other female streamers feel this way, and similarly powerless afterwards because they believe you're a big name, and as such, you'll be believed over them if it comes to it. The thought bothers me a great deal. I hope you find the help that you need to address these issues before something worse happens, if it hasn't already. Please do not contact me again. Snaps. After I sent him the formal letter telling him I didn't want to hear from him ever again, even if it was because he wanted to send me an apology, he continued to contact me and pursue additional opportunities to talk to me. This was the email I received in response to mine. And then I guess she had to put these emails on Twitter. I don't know if I should be reading those before I continue this. Yeah, it seems like it. Let me... Ugh, it's bright. Okay. I had to delete the emails from the Medium article, but I'll repost them here. Lono, please read the attached message. I've copied Broman on this email and will be sending a follow-up message to Zach at St. Jude. Your behavior over the years I've known you has been appropriate several times, and I'm done with it. Read the attached message, and please don't contact me again. I do not need or want a response to this message, even if it's an apology. This was in April 2018, and she's posting this, you know, she just wrote this article on Medium. So she did document this. Not that that matters, and we'll get into that, unfortunately, more in a little bit as well. But we're, you know, she has kept a paper trail, and she has reported this to other senior people. He replied to her, snaps, I will only reply here as I want to respect your request to not be contacted. But I do think it's fair to let me explain and apologize. I'm terribly sorry that I made you feel uncomfortable and unsafe. The conversation you, myself, and Omni Waffle at dinner, really a moment. Okay, there's words missing here. Basically said it was a moment of vulnerability for me during dinner. I almost never talk about my past with religion with anyone. I think that bled over into how high I got. I did not realize what you had in the vape was going to make me so incredibly out of my head. I broke out in a cold sweat in the hotel lobby and was trying to get your attention because I wanted help. Every time I tried to think of a way to approach you, it felt like I was going to make you feel uncomfortable. Hence all the staring. But then I would smile and brush it off because people were around. I didn't want anyone to know how high I was because I was paranoid and legitimately scared. I could barely swallow. My heart was racing. I've honestly never felt that way in all my experiences with weed. What I said and did on the bus was because I didn't want anyone to hear, and I felt I could trust you with it. The bus was loud enough to make it so no one could hear me, but you weren't alone, so I felt it was the best time. I wanted you to help me not make any stupid mistakes, as I could barely walk or stand without feeling like I was going to fall over. I'm genuinely sorry that I made you feel unsafe or disrespected. I was attempting to follow you or stay close to you because you knew what was going on. When we got back to the hotel, I wanted to explain things. But again, I didn't want to make you feel uncomfortable or alone. I never once asked you to be alone, and I never once approached you when you were alone. I hope that is some indication about my intentions and what was going on. Now to your story about Goth's house and wrapping my arms around you. I genuinely don't remember that, and I find it strange that I would even do that. Even at St. Jude, I gave you like half a side hug when I first saw you were there. And Liz's story about Disney is inaccurate to my memory. I remarked numerous times to everyone for all to hear about how attractive her boyfriend was and how much I wanted to kiss him, etc. It was not private. It clearly wasn't serious, and it was never done in a way as an advance toward Liz. And me telling her I get inappropriate when I drink, but then I never did. To my memory, Biff was sitting with us, and the conversation got fairly serious about moving, streaming, etc. I never made any direct or serious advances toward Liz. Remarks about her boyfriend were again made for all to hear and were clearly not serious. The example of the other broadcaster is one from a few years ago where my wife and I were going through some stuff, and I made the mistake of flirting with this person. As soon as she said it made her uncomfortable, I stopped. They were not unwanted advances. They were jokes and flirtations that crossed the line, and when made aware of it, I immediately stopped and respect her request. This entire email thing with including Guardian and St. Jude feels incredibly unfair given the nature of two things. Touching your hair was innocent and done right in front of Omni Waffle, and what happened on the bus was not in advance. I was trying to ask for help and it got misinterpreted. Granted, I was high as shit, so I was struggling to communicate clearly. I'm genuinely sorry I made you feel this way. I'll respect your request to never contact you unless in this format of establishing both sides of what happened with the third party involved in the email. I will also respect you at any given event and never come up to you. I want to interact with you on Twitter or Twitch. I don't have people I can open up to, and I felt the dinner conversation was such a vulnerable moment that it made me follow you because I was scared and didn't know who I could trust. Gaslighting, indeed. So that's his reply. And oh, he wrote her again. Whoa, okay, so he wrote that. She didn't reply. And then he wrote her again a month later. Snaps, now that some time has passed, I would love the opportunity to have a conversation to better understand what happened. Ooh, I hate the word trigger, but this triggers me. Now that some time has passed, like 3 weeks, 4 weeks passed, really? That's time passed? Okay. I would love the opportunity to have a conversation to better understand what happened and be given the chance to more formally apologize. I don't even know if you read my initial email. I know you said not to contact you, but I really feel we can reach a point of understanding and hopefully forgiveness. Wow. Okay. So now we go back to this because she, for probably legal reasons, I'm not sure, but she deleted them from the article and then continued. At GuardianCon, after the incident that started all of this, he was told he wouldn't be getting a streamer badge, so he couldn't get into private areas where we would all hang. I was told he couldn't be banned from the event, but that he wouldn't have access to those spaces, and if I needed any support, I'd have it. Somehow, he managed to get a creator badge anyway. The GC staff had my back and got me a higher access badge, so I could still have a separate space where I could feel like I wouldn't run into him, and that was that. We didn't want to make a big deal out of it and do anything at the event, which might pull focus from what we were there for, to raise money for an amazing charity and to be together as a community. I was preparing for my meet and greet at the DCP booth when staff approached me to tell me that Lona was already there and had somehow managed to book his meet and greet for the same time as mine. I had reserved mine and announced it before he booked his, to the best of my knowledge. I have no idea if he saw the announcement and booked deliberately or not. The events at GC tend to be pretty inclusive, so although I was frustrated when it seemed like I couldn't just enjoy myself without seeing him looking at me, I was surprised to see him everywhere we went. I was glad he didn't approach me, but he did approach some of my close friends. Their feedback on how he approached was that it felt manipulative, and like he was trying to endear himself to them. The rest of the event went well, despite me feeling like I had to work extra hard to avoid him. Excuses, such a waste of time. You don't have to please anyone you don't know. I'm gonna guess you're a dude. Just gonna guess. The power dynamics that exist in every industry, again, not just Twitch, not just the gaming industry, every industry where people have positions of power, women and minorities, often do not have the confidence to speak up against these issues. Nobody teaches us these things. Unfortunately, we have to live through them, and that's why I said at the beginning of this stream, we're living in unprecedented times where people are, where we have the internet as a platform to come out and speak forward and develop communities. So everybody is learning as we go. So I think this is almost done. Now jumping to last year's CG, he went yet again without a creator badge, but did his best to hide it by continuing to remove his regular pass. Wait, what? Now jumping to last, he went yet again without a creator badge. Okay, I don't really understand what that means. Once again, I felt like I couldn't escape him, but it wasn't a huge surprise because everything happens on the same resort, so it's only natural we'd cross paths. The fact that he went despite knowing he made so many women uncomfortable was frustrating, but from his responses to me, I have a hard time believing he thinks he's done anything wrong. One of the nights I was upstairs inside the resort having drinks with friends and meeting folks from the community when I noticed him arrive with some people. They went off to a separate part of the bar where I couldn't see them, so we continued on. I was in the middle of having a conversation with someone when I noticed him approach our group. We were relatively spread out, but I think it was pretty clear that it was all one group. Excuse me. He started off on the outside of the group, but within my eyesight, probably under 10 feet away. I immediately got distracted and frustrated because it felt like he was just inserting himself into our space and getting closer and closer. I tried to continue on with my conversation, but I was incredibly distracted even after trying to use the person I was talking to as a human shield to block my view of him. My friend approached Lono and tried to get him to leave the area because he could tell I was getting upset, but he declined. I was doing my best to ignore him until he approached my boyfriend. Straight up, that pissed me the fuck off. I immediately excused myself from my conversation and walked over and told him to get the fuck away. I loudly reminded him that I had told him to leave me alone, and that leaving me alone means staying away from me, my boyfriend, and my friends. We left the bar and went to the pool bar instead. That was my last run-in with him, and from what I understand, he's no longer welcome at GCX events in the future. Can someone provide context? We just read this entire thing, so you'll have to watch the VOD after the stream. Or read these articles. I'll link them as well. Please don't harass him on my behalf. I'm not sharing to attack, only to speak my truth. I've been feeling weighed down by this for a while now, and I'm just glad it's out. Be kind to each other. Snaps. Okay. This is just one, unfortunately, one of many. This is the one that sort of set this current wave off. Because again, as we said, as we said, sorry, just lost my train of thought because I looked at this comment. But this is the first basically post in this latest wave of events and accusations that led to other women coming out and speaking about their experiences. So that's why I chose to read this one. Let's see what's next. Literally pages of context. Can someone please provide context? Yeah. I mean, I get it. If they're just like, they just entered the stream 2 minutes ago, they don't know what's going on. So that's why I say watch the VOD. Here's the article, if you guys want to read it, that she wrote. And here is the Twitter thread, because she does post some of those emails as well. There you go. There's that stuff. Let me do some quick shout outs because we're in the middle of serious stuff. Moo. Oshajo, thank you for the subs, you guys. Ice Cold Killer 93, thank you for the tier 1, 3 months. Been wanting to do this for a while. Mithridane, thank you for the $50 donation. All donations, including bits, are going to charity this month, you guys. So, just another reason why we are not going silent today. You got a 4 or 4, really? It's working for me. Try a different browser. Momo Cow Cow. You understand to a certain extent, but the mods seem trigger happy about deleting messages that don't actually go against the rules. If you would like to ask them why, feel free, but you know, part of those rules are that you're not using inappropriate language. So maybe check out the rules again, and if you really feel something wasn't right, feel free to hit them up. So this is again the one that kicked it off. We're gonna go back to this Reddit thread for a second. We're on here now. we're not gonna like read articles that long. We're gonna get into discussion, but we are going to read a little bit more of these to provide context. Pro wrestling is also having a watershed moment. Like I said at the beginning of the stream, no industry can claim total innocence. The guy complaining about mods had one message total and hasn't been timed out. Always the same, isn't it? Always the same. Okay, so we're gonna keep going. Okay, so the CEO of Twitch was also being called out. Starling on Twitter says, I'm sick of being quiet. The CEO of Twitch was asked in an all-hands meeting about partners using their platforms to abuse women, specifically using my case as an example. He chuckled, said, wow, the things that go on our platform. Can't really comment, and moved on. Wow. So I don't know what her complaint was, but basically what it sounds like is she brought up an issue she experienced and they brushed it off and actually laughed about it. And this is just like one comment, which I actually want to read. Banning an account that makes silly political memes while allowing an account that stalks and harasses women for on video and uploads them to sell merch seems like a major miscalculation on the behalf of Twitter. Okay, that's a little bit unrelated, but commenting on this like the plague because they know once they address it, they have to do something about it. Okay, so that's his response. Where's his reply, though? Did he make a reply? Let's see. Okay, this is his personal message. Oh, harassment, more drama, yay. Look, maybe you don't have to deal with these things every day, but as a woman, I do. Not only on the internet, but in real life. And take away, like, even just forget for a second who I am and what I represent. Not that that should make a difference, but simply as a woman. And I don't know any woman who has not experienced sexual harassment and unwanted advances, even when they have the courage to tell somebody to back off. Tiger Mills, thank you for the tier 1. So, call it what you want. I'm no way trying to accuse or attack anyone. There's been messages by others that got deleted for unbeknownst reasons. Maybe you don't understand them, but we have a community here. And if people are putting messages in chat that are accusatory of anybody or bait, which is very easy for the most part to tell what kind of messages those are, they will be deleted because, once again, we're talking about responsibility. I have the responsibility of what happens in chat. So we're not going to take the chance on somebody that's clearly a troll. So stop bugging the mods about nonsense because now it's clear you're baiting. Oh yeah, Ruben. Unfortunately I agree. So this is his personal response, not the Twitch response. As many Hi team, as many of you are aware, over the weekend people from across the gaming industry came forward to share their accounts of sexual misconduct, harassment, and assault. Some of those accounts named Twitch affiliated individuals, including partners, affiliates, business partners, and others. I want to assure you that we're all looking into the incidents and will be taking action and cooperating with law enforcement. Actions may include banning, removing partnership, or removing people from promotional opportunities and activations if we have concerns based on credible accusations and their historical behavior on Twitch. We won't be able to share the details of everything we're doing out of respect for the privacy of the individuals involved, but please know that we're taking these accusations very seriously, and we're working with urgency to address them so that Twitch and the broader streaming and gaming communities are safer for everyone. We support people coming forward, commend their bravery in doing so, and know there are many others who have not. The gaming industry is not unlike others that have had to reckon with systemic sexism, racism, and abuse that rewards certain people and disadvantages, even harms others. The status quo needs to change. This reckoning and industry-wide actions are overdue, and this is another issue that we in the industry need to address to create lasting and positive change. Change the song. Hold up. One of my aspirations for Twitch has always been to build an experience that is community-centered, safe, and positive for all. While this is an industry-wide issue, we acknowledge that many people's experience of Twitch and people who call our service home, particularly women, those in the LGBTQIA community, Black people, and other underrepresented groups, have not been what we aspire to. We can't single-handedly solve systemic sexism, racism, and other forms of structural bias and discrimination, but we can absolutely set a higher standard for ourselves and those with power and influence on our service. I know this has been distressing to read and witness. Please make use of the services we have. The Employee Assistance Program, Ginger, and the sessions with, redacted. There are a few this week on distress tolerance with information and guidance on how to care for yourself as well as your colleagues and team stress. I've spoken several times on these topics at Twitch, both at length and in passing, and I want to be clear that I do care deeply about Twitch being a place where people can create together without fear of harassment, abuse, or retaliation. If at some point you've heard my comments and felt that they were dismissive or Twitch doesn't care, I'm sorry that happened, and I want you to know that in no way that was my intent. I also know the teams of people who are responsible for assessing and investigating accusations of this nature care deeply and make every possible effort to be thorough and make the right calls. If you're aware or have experienced harassment or abuse, please report it to your HRBP. I don't know exactly what that means. I'm going to guess human resources, but that also sounds like he's speaking to Twitch employees, not Twitch streamers. If you want to do so anonymously, you can do that through the blank, I don't know why these things are redacted, reporting site or call from the US. I want Twitch to be the safest place to create on the internet. That is a lofty goal. If there was an off-the-shelf solution to build a universally safe and healthy community, someone would have done it already. We've created something unique and special for many of the folks who call Twitch home, and I believe that with renewed commitment to business, not as usual, and some bold steps, we can make it a safe community for everyone. I really want to get into these comments. Uh-oh. Headphones going away. Okay. So yeah, that seems more like an internal, a sort of internal memo, because there's things that are redacted, so it's not like that information is available for streamers, and it doesn't really provide resources for streamers either, and that's something else I want to get into, and I'm just going to read this one. This is Justin Wong on Twitter. I was a VP at Twitch, and I reported this to the relationship owning vice president, the head of human resources, and the CEO. All assured me it would be handled. Next year, he was in the same VIP space at the same Twitch event. I was told he was the VP's uncle and an important initiative launch partner. Wow. So there's a lot of things going on. This is a lot of information. I mean, this is a guy that was a VP at Twitch, like, coming out and saying this. I hate to say this, but I think over half the people posting this stuff are just looking for clout. I hate to say this, but I'm really tempted to have that message deleted because I feel like you're baiting and trolling. As I mentioned earlier in the stream, yeah, thank you, Swiss, for letting chat know, and then I'll segue back into that. Justin, this guy Justin, did start Justin TV, which became Twitch, so like it's a pretty big deal that this guy's coming out and speaking out regarding people looking for clout. Dude, I encourage you to read more and also look at statistics, because the amount of people that actually come forward, and that's just the people that come forward, because there are a lot of victims that never come forward. There's such a small percentage of people that make claims that lie. It's been proven time and time again. Yes, it does happen. It's happened to my male friends. It's happened. And they went through the process of the law, and they were able to clear themselves, and then the people that accused them came out and said they lied. So it does happen. I'm not saying it doesn't, but you're turning this conversation into a very dangerous territory, because again, more often than not, the victims have everything to lose, and the people in power are usually protected. Mods, you can allow that. I can't unless I get it. Okay, I got it in time. There's clearly a systemic problem in male-dominated industries, which, let's be frank, is most industries. Agreed. The other thing, like, we're going to get into conversations. I want you guys to think about all this. I'm going to take, like, a 10-15 minute break, and we'll get into more of these discussions. We're not going to continue that, like, whole Reddit thread. Maybe we'll just browse a little bit about it. A little bit of it. Where'd it go? We'll just, before I pause, so more allegations against a YouTuber of sexual abuse with the dude's ex-girlfriend, Caitlin Witcher, also sharing her story. An esports caster being accused of being abusive and having sex without consent here. His response, this dude, Subtilizer Games, accused of rape among these assaults, comes out on Twitter, blah, blah, blah. Sexual assault accusations, like Angry Joe's had some accusations. He says the person's lying. It looks like he's going to talk to a lawyer, and he responded here. I want to read this one. Witwick's accused of sexual harassment here. VOD of him responding. I was sexually harassed by a large streamer in LA in 2016. I told my boyfriend at the time what happened, and he convinced me it was my fault. Why didn't you stand up for yourself? Why did you lead him on? And this made me terrified to come forward. Like, So, accusations against abusers of grooming a teen, sexual assault, a FaZe clan owner being accused but not confirmed. So it goes on and on and on. Different types of accusations. We're going to get into more conversation and open this dialogue up a little bit. I need to take, like 10-15 minute break, and I will be back and we'll continue this. So thanks for joining, everybody. We are talking about sexual harassment in the gaming industry, but in all industries, because let's face it, no industry is completely innocent. The DBS, thank you for the tier 1. Poita Small, thank you for the tier 1. Shadow Reaper Yuki, thank you for the tier 1. 3 months. Thanks so much, you guys. I'll be back 10-15 minutes and we'll continue this. So thanks, you guys. I'm back, but my headphones died. You had a talk with your sister a couple weeks ago. She told you a couple bad stories you never knew happened. I'm sure it's the same with all women. Yeah. And I think the thing is that for so long, we're just used to keeping these stories to ourselves. Even if it's, you know, our family, even if it's keeping them from our own family members, because there's so much shame. And unfortunately, it's been this way for so long that it's unfortunately become normalized. Like, okay, onward and upward. And that's regardless of your socioeconomic background as well. So that's what I was saying at the beginning of the stream, that I think we are living in unprecedented times where people are finding the courage, and there will be leaders. You know, there will be leaders. There will be ones that feel they want to be the voice for a community, and there's others that maybe they don't feel comfortable with that themselves, even though they've had experiences, but hopefully that will provide some sense of security and comfort for them. Can you share a story that your friend posted? Please send it to mods, because what we're trying to stay on topic and on focus here, and focused here. So trying to decide. Oh, let me switch the music really quickly.
Hello!
Yeah, exactly. More Chris. Yeah. Only to mods. Only to mods. So, if you're just joining us, we're talking about the recent and multiple allegations against different Twitch affiliated streamers, and then of course YouTubers came in the loop, and about the poor response and poor actions from Twitch as a company. So at the start of the stream, and for the first couple hours, we were digging into the most recent wave of events that have happened, because this is not a new thing, remember, this is not something that only happens on Twitch. This happens in every industry. So we read the account of Snaps, who's the streamer that most recently came out against another streamer, and it of course created a domino effect where other people were coming out, and people were hoping that they could just say, hey, everybody stop streaming for a day. I did not feel that was the right move for me, because I am personally connected to these type of issues. We're also in the middle of a pandemic. We're also witnessing people fighting for equality and fighting for their lives. And all donations, including bits on my stream, are going to charity at the end of this month. Like, there's way too much going on to be silent about it. And my final thought on the blackout is that simply it's not well thought out enough, unfortunately. I don't think that's the right move. As I mentioned at the beginning of the stream, I personally only found out about it yesterday. And I'm sure there's other people all around the world that are in different time zones that didn't even hear about it or found out about it yesterday. I think the approach needs to be far more organized. Far more organized. What's my perspective on cancel culture? Is there a world that reform is acceptable? Is reform acceptable? What's the best way to approach it? My opinion on cancel culture varies depending on the topic, for sure, of course. But I do think that in some cases there are learning experiences that are being avoided. I need to refresh this. Hold on, I need to refresh you guys. Okay, there we go. So, what's the next step? Organization. Let's talk about organization, because that's something that I felt was lacking in the Twitch blackout idea or movement. Twitch announced the committee about a month ago, right? That was supposed to be, what was it, a diversity committee, a way to make people feel safe. Do you guys think that that committee should be the sounding board to dealing with these issues on Twitch? And let's just say Twitch for the moment, because this is what we're talking, this is why the conversation started in the first place. Or do you think it should be a separate, independent group of streamers that come together as a union would? Safety Advisory Council. It needs to be outside of Twitch. Well, if you guys don't know, the Advisory Council is comprised of Twitch streamers. So let's be clear, these aren't employees of Twitch, but they're actual streamers that came together. But of course, they were probably hand selected by Twitch, but that being said, they're still independent within themselves. So, a lot of you are saying no. They still have a vested interest in Twitch, which is why it has to be outside. It's an advisory body. They are an advisory body, not a decision-making body. That is true. What about the amazing women of the Me Too movement? Include those. What's up, Treat? Good to see you. Doing all right. If it's independent, it can't be other streamers. No, okay. Let me rephrase this. There has not been a precedent to make companies either like Twitch or YouTube or Instagram or Facebook responsible for these types of issues, right? So I think it will take a group of streamers similar to that of a union to come up and organize. Come up with a plan and organize. And how they envision Twitch changing protocol and how to get them to be responsible, or maybe they're going to decide they're not. I don't know. But, you know, I think there needs to be a movement within the community that becomes organized and knows what they want from Twitch. That's one. Right. I'm gonna write this down. Hold on. So the first thing I'm thinking is that streamers should organize and develop a plan to envision streamers should organize and develop a plan that addresses how Twitch should take action about sexual misconduct. Okay, that's one. We're not even talking about the legal side of this. Okay. Streamers have complete censorship of anyone in their channel. What more power do you need? Because this extends beyond the stream, dude. These issues extend beyond the stream. Check out this VOD when I'm done with the stream. So one, streamers organizing like a union would. Develop a plan that addresses how Twitch should take action about sexual misconduct. Two, oh wait, let me read that. The council needs to be structured so it does not benefit from Twitch's success, because if it's tied to Twitch doing well, it has incentive not to enforce things similar to cops investigating cops. I understand where you're coming from, but then that would mean that there's no streamers involved. But if I understand you correctly, it's like, let's say it can't be their board that has been hand selected by them. It needs to be streamers coming together independently. So two, like, resources for victims. In your opinion, we're talking about a larger aspect of the Me Too movement. Yes, streaming is its own aspect, but there is a movement already designed for this. It just needs connection. Yes, agreed. Streamer representatives should be selected by streamers. Yes. I think we're on the same page with that. So, two, resources for victims. This resource for victims is also something that I think would have to be piled into, like, what the, for lack of a better word or description, is that like this unionizing idea we're talking about with streamers, this should be like an ongoing discussion within that group. But two, in general, not just for streamers, because again, this happens in every industry. Resources for victims. And, you know, throughout all of this and throughout all the Me Too movement, and anytime anybody gets accused of anything or a victim comes out and speaks and tells their story, time and time again, you hear a lot of people victim blaming and saying, well, why didn't you do this? Why didn't you report it? Why didn't you do that? Why didn't you tell people? And even let's like, I'm not going to spend a lot of time in this topic, but let's even share an example of young people who are trafficked and put into sex work where it is actual sex slavery. Those young kids have their lives ruined, and the laws are designed to protect the perpetrator and not the children. Okay? And that's just like one facet of all of this. But it's a very important facet because you have to remember this is how the system treats victims. Regardless of their background, regardless if they're a real victim of sex slavery, and no matter the age, but really these kids, it's disgusting and it's really sad, or whether they're a Twitch streamer, whether they're a Hollywood actress, whether they're in the adult industry consensually, because things can still happen, whether they're a dental assistant, whether they're a lawyer, whether they're working at Wendy's or In-N-Out or Pizza Hut or dolphin trainer. Yeah, I said dolphin trainer. The system is designed, and the lack of support for victims, the system is designed in an imbalanced way, first of all. Disgusting dolphin trainers. Actually, they are, right? Ace Ventura in my brain. I'm just trying to make you guys laugh, okay? Just trying to make you guys laugh. In a very serious discussion, I'm trying to make you laugh. The law is being in favor. You can do some research on that. The second part of your statement, it's hard to prove past sexual assault. That it is. And if you look at, let's say, like sexual assault and rape are two very different things. Both are a violation of an individual. But let's say that in the big picture, looking at the big picture, like I said at the beginning of the stream too, women are harassed, sexually harassed or harassed all of the time. It's something that we just live with. Okay? And sometimes it's more severe than other times. Like when that girl told the story of the dude came up behind her and put his arms around her hips and started touching her boobs. Like that. I've been there. I know a lot of women that have been there. And you freeze up and you don't know what to do. But it's still different than the more extreme cases of molestation and rape. And when you go into this conversation, you there are so many resources and documents of how many rape kits are not actually tested, and then the authorities blame it on budget. I was talking to Fluff about this earlier, and I've read that before. You're a sociologist, and you'd be happy to back me up with citations if you like from contemporary sources with the depressingly awful rates of reporting, indictment, charging, prosecution, conviction, and time served. And again, this is the other thing. When I go back, we're still talking about resources for victims. Yeah, those numbers are alarming. And let's say like the ones that are actually proven, right? And then prosecuted. Like that legal process, that actual legal process is so emotionally draining for people that it hinders a lot of victims. Even in courtrooms, the victim blaming continues. The expenses that can be incurred because of this, most people can't even take that on. So it's not worth not only the emotional toll, but the financial toll. There's so many factors that make it difficult for women to report. The entire way the system is set up, even for calling for help. I've had my own experiences in this. And I was brushed off. I was gaslit. I was threatened, or let's say insinuated, by a cop that I might be raped. So how am I supposed to feel protected if I'm going in for help and a police officer tells me this? A police officer. How am I supposed to go into victims assistance when the person responsible is inside of a police station, the very police station that brushed me off? It makes you feel like you can't trust anyone. I agree. And here, I'll get into another story. Going back to yeah, the legal process seems to only protect those who understand or can afford a lawyer that understands the system. Victims are put at a disadvantage from the get. I agree, whether that comes to sexism and racism. So, and that's just like one of many unfortunate experiences that I've had in trying to find help. So, number 2, we're going to stick with resources for victims. I think these resources should be something that, whatever this like coalition of streamers, independent coalition of streamers could be or would be, this group should put together an ideal list of what they would like to see. So I'm writing this down. And secondly, the companies. The companies in question should also offer abundant resources. And I'm not talking, okay. I'm gonna get into that in a second. For victims. How can one change Twitch without coming up short or going overboard when even the legal system can't handle it properly? A company can't be trusted more than helping its workers take legal action. That's an interesting perspective too. Legal actions and implications. Unfortunately, again, a conversation or thing that you, or rather that I see time and time again, is people saying, why don't you report things? So we spoke a little bit about that, because the system is just simply not set up and designed for people to feel that they can. Second, again, not that I love this or necessarily agree with this, but you have to remember that Twitch is a corporation, just like YouTube, just like, or Google or Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, all websites. They're a corporation. And on paper, they are not responsible, like what happens off stream and on stream, right? And so let's say that these accusations come out, and let's say in this context it's a case of sexual harassment. Is sexual harassment illegal? How does one come out against these things? How does one speak out against these things? I think there's so many gray areas, no pun intended. That it makes things very complicated for everybody involved. But when you have a historical case of incidents, as the one we just read by Snaps, like there is clearly a pattern. It wasn't a one-time thing. It has happened with other people. Whether sexual harassment is legal or not is not itself the issue. It has to be in the culture for it to matter. And companies and famous people and groups and individuals can absolutely have an effect on that without laws. True. And this is just... and like I said, it is a complicated thing, even as somebody that's been affected by these things personally. So you have to make them feel it financially, yeah? As it stands, a single point of failure is the legal ramifications of anyone saying they've been sexually abused. If you can't go to the cops, you can get help from RAIN. They're a group to help. So I wanted to speak about that because somebody sent that in our private group and on Discord. And I saw some people on Twitter late last night saying, I'm raising money for Rain. This is not... I'm just going to say, I'm calling them out, but I'm not like calling them out to be canceled. I'm just saying I've used Rain. And even their services are discouraging. You have to jump through so many hoops to even find the help you need. And another experience in calling them, I was really calling them for a friend. Even they admitted that they were limited in what they could do. So that's where I prefer, and I'm not saying don't use them. I'm not saying don't call. I think, you know, it is the largest national resources. It is the largest resource for asking for help, safely at least, nationally speaking. So I'm not saying, again, I'm not canceling them. I'm not saying don't use them. Please do. But this is where I really prefer smaller organizations. And I think if I could give some constructive feedback to them, it would be making that gap between them as a national organization connecting people to local organizations needs to be way more seamless. Way more seamless. And right now it is not seamless at all. And when people are down, and when people are down and emotionally distraught, like jumping through hoops is not going to give them that, you know, extra confidence that they might need to find help. You can find yourself the lone chatter in a stream to speak up against overly sexual comments to a streamer and find yourself being dogged by chat in the next few moments. Not on my stream. That doesn't go down. That won't happen. And if it does, and one of us doesn't catch it, then let us know, because that stuff does not fly here. Your friends have said the most important thing is to feel you're being believed. This is also where funds from other public services should be allocated to victims' mental health and substance use treatment services. Yes, like defunding the police. I agree. Get strawed pretty fast here, brother. Isn't it a lack of respect not empathizing with those with grievances? Yes. Kenny Chuck, thank you for the sub. Wabajack, thank you for the tier 1 3 months. Diga Rush, thank you for the tier 1 6 months. Sorry, I just got to those. We're on some serious conversations today. We're focused on some serious conversations today. So where were we? 1, streamers should organize and develop a plan that addresses how Twitch should take action about sexual misconduct. Should that mean they need to feel it financially? Organize with other industries to compile resources and find solutions for victims. And here's the thing, when Me Too first happened, the thing that made me weary the most is that it would live inside its own bubble, because it was very focused on Hollywood, even though Me Too wasn't coined by anybody in Hollywood, but Hollywood took with it and ran. My worry was always that it would just exist in this bubble of Hollywood, right? And so, like I was saying, and like I'll continue to repeat, is these are issues that happen in every industry. Doesn't matter if you're working at fast food, doesn't matter if you're a college professor, a dental assistant, a Twitch streamer, an actress. This happens everywhere, but because Hollywood kind of took it and ran with it, I feel a lot of, let's say, like we use the word civilians, right? Like people that are not close to the industry, not involved with it. How are they going to feel empowered by this? Because the police have had the opportunity and they've received money for better training, and it does not work. That's why. So there are other programs that have been defunded, that need money desperately, that can actually help society. Me Too put the fear into banking and finance. A lot of very worried senior executives. Oh, I can imagine. Oh, I can imagine. Yes, it was most known for Hollywood, and that's my point, is that, you know, I hope it doesn't discourage other people, and I can see that it could discourage other people because they don't have the same resources. That's the truth. There is a systemic issue. The concept is wrong. They've been given enough chances. No conspiracy theory crap in this channel. Thank you. There you go. In wrestling, somebody else brought that up. I guess wrestling is having a wave as well. It happens in all situations where there's an imbalance in power. In the power dynamic, either explicitly stated or implied. Yes, and this is something that I spoke about earlier in the stream as well. Like, this is why it's so important to teach children about consent and have these conversations about what's okay and what isn't. And I don't think a lot of people do. And it really will have to take a shift in culture to see, I think, a big change, unfortunately. And until that time, we're having to fix the problems that exist because of the way people are raised. And the other side of that is again, I don't think, and I not that I don't think, I know that women are not given these tools. Young girls are not given these tools.
Okay.
So when these things happen to you, you often live with them alone. Shame is very powerful, Kenny. Yes, I agree. That's what I'm talking about. You often live with these experiences on your own because no one ever taught us how to deal with them. And then on top of it, you have the imbalance of power, and you have all of these things. You have possibly your job or your career or your education at stake, when maybe you come from a place that it's not even easy to attain those things, and you fought and you struggled so hard to get where you are, and you can risk all of that just by calling somebody out. And so I think the conversation needs to happen with all children, and women and young girls need to feel more empowered. And again, it's a new precedent. I think this is the first time where culturally we'll see that shift. Do schools still do health education? Yeah, and that's a joke. Oh God, that's such a joke. Definitely needs to be a part of sex ed. But even sex ed within itself, like as it is and as it stands, is a joke. Somebody mentioned there's a consent app. And this is going to get into probably let's say a taboo topic, but somebody said there's a consent app. There in this is true. There's an app that allows you to ask your partner to sign or take a video to say they consent to having sex with you. It's wild, right? And I was thinking, somebody says doesn't hold up because consent can be retracted at any time after. That's true. You can be in the middle. You can be in the midst of it and decide, I'm no longer comfortable, and you might want to stop, and that's also fine. But yes, if you're in the middle of an affair and your partner says they're no longer comfortable, that means stop. And if you don't stop, it's no longer consensual. So maybe some young people in here need to hear that. People can change their mind at any time. No means niet. Exactly. But that being said, and this I know might be a little controversial, but how can we make consent sexy? Meaning, like, what if you've been flirting with somebody all night and you both seem to be enjoying each other and you made out and you want to take it to that next level? And I'm like, pause. Can you sign this app? Can you sign your name on this app? That's shocking to me. That's shocking to me. There's a thing at your college, in order to register for each quarter, you have to take an online seminar about consent and harassment. I think that's great, and they should do that before college too. It's a little bit of a mood killer, right? It's a little bit of a mood killer. I agree. Fingerprint consent? No way. Even this app thing, it's... Even the app thing, like somebody mentioned, is that it doesn't hold up because somebody can always say afterwards, like, hey, I asked them to stop in the middle because I wasn't comfortable with this. And they continued. So I think it's controversial. It kills the flow. But that being said, since a lot of us have not had a guidebook and a lot of us have not had parents who talked about these things, because again, we're living in unprecedented times. This is why it's so important for us to have these conversations. And maybe nobody's ever talked to you about these things before. Why didn't I delete? Because I don't have shame about that. Oops. Okay. Yeah, no, we're not born with these skills, but I think as we move forward as a culture and as we move forward as society and people are raising children, these conversations have got to be had, because it's much easier to implement these things and teach these things than it is to correct them, as we're now seeing. So, back to our ideas. One, we're going to repeat these things. Wait a second. Here, then this is a good anecdote. A Son Unusual says, I try to limit my speaking at work to women only because two admitted to me that they use things to get where they want. Whoa. Okay, that's an interesting take. That's an interesting take. But I have to say, let's like backpedal a little bit. Yes, I do think people need to talk about sex early on in dating to know what the other person is comfortable with. And talking about things in a responsible way should not be looked down upon or considered risky in any way. And that's part of the problem, is that we view these things as so taboo that I think it allows a lot of cover for effed up stuff. But we're gonna backpedal a little bit. We read some of these accounts, we read some of these experiences from these streamers, and here's what I have to say. Stop doing these things at work. Stop doing these things in professional situations, people. Keep it in your freaking pants. And I get it. It can be hard. Maybe you are attracted to somebody, but it's not the time or place. It's not the time or the place. It's so I mean, some of these things are just so infuriating. When you spend half your day at work, it makes a lot of sense to hit on people at work. This is another interesting segue into another topic, which is, culturally speaking, America is so different from Europe. Because they are less sexually inhibited. Again, I'm not saying that that sexual harassment and abuse doesn't happen in other industries across the globe. It does. And yes, people do get into relationships, whether they're only sexual or whether they're long-term relationship with coworkers. Except Scotland. Except Scotland. They have Glastonbury, we have the Whopper. Oh my goodness. The heart wants what the heart wants. That can be really taken out of context, dude. Like, look, we're talking about sexual harassment in the workplace. Sexual abuse. And my take is, because of where we're at culturally, just stop it with the people outside of work. With the people inside of your workspace. Yes, I have experienced sexual harassment in the workplace, and I reported it, and then afterwards it created a very volatile environment for me. And again, this is why women don't speak out. And it's not in, and it's probably, and it has nothing to do with what you're probably assuming either. The heart should always be enforced by the brain. Definitely. I mean, a lot of like larger companies also have policies, right? Like, you can't date your coworkers. And it's for this reason, because they don't want to be responsible for your BS. Yeah, you're attracted, but I get it. Like, 70% of relationships form on places of regular attendance, with the majority of the workplace. Makes sense. Like, I know people are gonna do it. I know they will, but I feel like the easiest thing is just find it elsewhere, right? And if you are gonna hit on somebody at work, like, don't do it on the clock. At least wait, for F's sake. Like, if it's in your company policy, your wife didn't speak to you for 3 years after you worked with her. You know, if it's part of your company policy, you're taking that risk yourself. Can a company really tell people who they can get with? Yeah, there are some policies that say you cannot date within the workplace. Some companies do that, and you sign that. Not all do. Some. But you know, if that's like, if you feel like, okay, I'm really into this person and I you know, I want to take a shot at it, just don't do it on the clock. Don't do it on the clock. And then, you know, try to find a polite way to ask. But you, like, for sure, don't flirt at work, man. Don't flirt at work. Unless your work involves that specifically. Sexual harassment happens in the workplace a lot more in the US, but outside of the workplace, much more in Western and Northern Europe, and especially in some parts of Southern Europe. Yes. Yeah, again, I'm not saying these things don't exist. And it's something that I've noticed in Europe personally, anecdotally speaking. Oh God, that's like such a basic question, but I'm gonna address it because maybe you don't know. I think there's this idea, after speaking with a lot of people that I've met or conversed with in all of my travels, there's this idea that women like, in Europe, I've come across this, that women like certain types of aggressive behavior. I'm like, and this is all coming from the mouths of men, like, who told you this? A lot of times girls are so freaking embarrassed they don't know what else to do than laugh. Doesn't mean they like it. It means they're embarrassed and ashamed and they don't know how to stand up for themselves a majority of the time. Anyways, somebody asked, why wouldn't an individual report harassment at work? I just gave you my own anecdote of why. Another reason is because they don't want to lose their job. Because they don't want to create an uncomfortable work environment, because it will happen. And again, it happens in fast food. It happens at restaurants. It happens in finance. It happens in streaming. It happens everywhere. Because sometimes the emotional toll of dealing with it isn't worth it, because in the end, there are no repercussions for the perpetrator. All right, I'm going to scroll past some of these because a lot came in while I was talking about that stuff. So, here we go. It's frustrating because you feel as a woman you need to worry all the time for your own safety. Meaning, for example, if I'm hanging out with my friends and you drink, you'd feel unsafe all the time. Maybe, I'm sorry, but maybe you need some new friends. And but I understand. I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing with you because I understand that feeling. I understand that feeling. I've also been there, but I think this is a good learning lesson for people who are not women or minorities in this chat, listening and reading comments. Is that this is a feeling that women have to deal with all the time. Like, I have to actively think about what I'm doing because I might think I'm having fun, but I might actually be putting myself at risk because of a power imbalance, because of a physical limitation. You don't mean you're afraid of your friends. No, I didn't take it that way. I took it as like, oh, I'm with them. You know, you should be able to be with your friends and feel safe is all. That's what I mean. Like, that if you had a problem, you can go to them and say, hey, I need some help. That's all. You were sexually harassed in a nightclub by another guy and you felt like reporting it would just get you laughed at and ignored. It was in Korea. Were you there as a, not that it matters, but were you there at the club? Or were you a patron or were you an employee? Not that it matters again. Can you explain what Twitch blackout is? Sorry, I'm reading a couple other comments. If you haven't heard of the blackout, here, I'm just going to use the command. I think this is it. Did it work? You were there for work. You were doing event management. Wow. If someone is embarrassed to report an act, sexual harassment, let's say, they're not taking their responsibility for their workplace as much as the person harassing is, then their circle will continue. That's responsibility that should be taken to. You're absolutely wrong. I'm sorry, but you should do some more reading and better understand how deep this really goes. What you just said is victim blaming. There's no guidebook for women and young girls. People don't teach us these things. We have to experience them, unfortunately. And as I said multiple times throughout the stream, we're living in unprecedented times where people are finding their collective voices to come together and learn. You know, we're learning in public and how to deal with these things. So you cannot blame a victim for not taking action the right way. These things should always be reported. And again, back to reporting. While in a perfect world, victims would report these things, would report these abuses. We have not been taught this. And the system is so flawed. You're saying a sexual harassment victim is somehow responsible for being harassed. That's what a user wrote, and I was wholeheartedly disagreeing with them. As I was saying, the system is... Let me just make that. Anyways, the system is just not designed for victims. It really isn't. So let's get that being said, let's Night Chucky, thank you. All good, Sarud. I was writing that in the chat for anybody who might be coming across this VOD later. So it's clear. Girls don't have, sorry, this made me laugh. Girls don't have lessons on dealing with harassments, but do guys have asshole school? That made me laugh. Thank you for a brief comedic moment, and again, this is why teach your children have these conversations when they're young. Because they learn these things young. And it's normalized for them. So, here's what we've talked about so far. Streamers should organize and develop a plan that addresses how Twitch should take action about sexual misconduct. That should also include them or us organizing with other industries to compile resources and develop solutions for victims. Two, resources for victims. That's kind of part one, but generally speaking, again, because this is not a Twitch specific issue, this is not a streaming specific issue, resources for victims. Streamer unions should make a list of resources that would be ideal to them, that they would like to see. And the companies in question should also offer abundant resources for victims. Who cares? Let's not bring political things into the video game platform. That's such a tired point of view. For many people, and in this topic specifically, I don't have a choice because it does affect me specifically. Black people don't have a choice. These things are politicized by nature. And because I'm streaming, and I have been streaming a lot in the past year and a half, I have a responsibility to address these things. Yeah, who knew saying stop sexual abuse, assault, and harassment was a political statement? It's because they don't want to be confronted with the truth. The truth hurts. That is awesome, Tracy. I'm glad to hear that. Mr. Henry did a conversation. I've not seen that happening. I don't know what you're talking about. Can you? Here, I'm just gonna copy and paste that. Scrolling too fast. No, I don't know what you're talking about. If we have time, we'll open it, or maybe can you send the mods a link, like to what you're specifically talking about, and then we'll see if it's like safe for stream. Since it's clear the issue has profound roots in lack of education, like most issues, and since Twitch and YouTube have a huge amount of kids following daily, do you think that having some kind of educational stream would help? I do. But I think, again, like, I think that would help, yeah, because there are these big platforms.
Okay.
So in the eyes of, like, let's say the general masses, maybe that'll be quote unquote trusted by parents to say, okay, I'm fine with Timmy watching this. You want to see? I'm gonna allow that. Yeah, I agree about the judges. Oh, let me see if I can find it real quick. There was something interesting that I bookmarked. Yes, I found it. Okay, this doesn't have to do with the sexual harassment issues, but it does have to do with Black Lives Matter and equality, and we did talk about that a few weeks ago on stream. And as you guys know, all donations are going to charities at the end of this month. This is somebody that I'm friends with on Facebook, and no, it's not a Facebook article, but she said, you must learn. And that's so true. It doesn't matter if we're talking about sexual harassment or racism, but we all need to learn, and we all have to grow. And that reminded me that she said, this is a black woman I'm friends with. She said on Facebook, and she said, you can learn for free from an Ivy League university, the kind that black folks were not allowed to attend for centuries. Boom. Right now, you can take free courses on African American history from Yale and Stanford, from emancipation to the civil rights movements and beyond, for free. So let me send this to myself, and I'll spam it to you guys in chat. Paste. Okay. Known enemy. I am fully for defunding the police, and I created a Google Doc a few weeks ago. Excuse me. Not only talking about that, but ways that you guys can all get involved and talk to your communities and families about helping the movement. And if you find it difficult to talk about that because you are surrounded by people that don't know how to empathize, there's also articles in there about white privilege, so you could find that in the about section. I don't remember what the command is for that doc. How would you educate young girls and boys on dealing with this issue if you were an educational leader? Great question. There isn't just one answer, but I think this came up in a few different comments today, which is it does need to be a part of education. Like the topics of consent, the topic of empowerment, like these things should be taught, and they should be mandatory, because I remember, at least when I was growing up, you could say that you did not want your child having sexual education because of your religious beliefs. It's probably still that way. I think these things need to be mandatory. That's where it first starts. If you guys don't know what Defund the Police is about or what it represents, I encourage you to read that Google document that's linked. I'll pull it up right now. I will not be trolled or baited into anything, but I highly encourage you to look into these things, especially if you are just learning of them now, because as you may or may not know, several programs have been defunded. Things like mental health, things like education, things like housing have been defunded. We don't need police at schools for children. We are so fear-based. When I leave America and I travel, not everywhere obviously, and I travel to certain places, I feel a sense of relief. We are so fear-based. The fact that kids are having drills on how to deal with the possible shooter. Police aren't going to make that, aren't going to help that. Mental health and education is where it's at. Provide more mental health resources. Provide more education. But, as you know, a lot of people, it's in the best interest of a lot of people to defund those things. Okay, here's the link to the document. It includes a lot of resources, and I do hope you take the time to dig into that. Paranoia is definitely a way of life. It's embedded in us. It really is. That is our culture, unfortunately. Again, I encourage you to read that document because it details what it means and beyond.
Hello!
So I do hope you take the time to educate yourself. I just spammed it. This is the link right there. Привет. Please use English only. Cheap like a fox. Did I say thank you? I think I did, but if I didn't, thank you. If I did, thanks again. For the 4 months, Nezodam, thank you for tier 1 gifted sub. Rose Ronan, thank you for the tier 1 bike man. Thank you for the tier 1 6 months. What's up? Simon Libertator, thank you for the sub. Psycho Fish, that's funny. Thank you for the tier 1. Mixed Media, thank you for the sub. There's the link. Just spammed it again. Okay. So, this is like, these things are always so difficult to talk about on stream, right? One, because maybe a lot of you have not experienced these things. So, and maybe you haven't invested the time to learn about the systemic issues regarding sexual harassment and the lack of resources and support for women. But I hope you've taken a little something away from today. And because, like I said before, we're learning. We're all learning, right? We're constantly evolving. The link is right here, dude. Right there. Stream Elements spams you the link. Right there. Right there. So, this isn't like a one and done conversation. If any people would like to use this moment to to, I don't know, come forward? Do you want to get something off of your chest, of your experiences? I'm talking to women and minorities in this case, specifically. I'm not saying that I have all the answers. I don't. But you know, this is a community where I want you all to feel safe. Alex, I'm glad that you were able to learn from those experiences, because unfortunately a lot of people don't. Oh, I'm sorry to hear about your puppy. You're not a woman, but a minority, and you shared your story in a prior comment. Did I reply to it? If I didn't, feel free to share it again, please remember, if I don't get to your comments, you guys, it's not because I don't want to. It's because it's virtually impossible to. Sorry, I'm looking at a meme that they're spamming me on Discord. It's just because it's impossible to see everything coming through. So if you'd like to share it again, you feel the need to, let me know. You're working on getting a racist, transphobic coworker kicked out of a doctoral program for clinical psychology. I'm afraid of retaliation. Do you have any advice? Oh, and see, this is a recurrent theme. This is a recurrent theme. The first thought that comes to my mind. The first thought that comes to mind is document it. Document it, back it up, send it to trusted people in your life, put it on record. And God, there's so many things that I wish I would have done that with in the past. I really do. And it's exhausting. It's not easy, but you have to document it. You have to put it on record, and it will take its toll on you. I'm going to get back to that in a second. Okay. You're 30. When you were 10, you were assaulted. You've never quite dealt with it, but it feels good to know people are coming forward. While most days are okay, I do feel an immense sense of shame and confusion in your sexuality. Every day, you wish you could catch the despicable piece of crap that did this to you. I'm so sorry to hear that. And I think, unfortunately, there are a lot of people in your shoes. You never quite dealt with it. It feels good people are coming forward. Hits my heartstrings. I don't know where you're located, but I know in America, again, one of the most difficult things within these conversations is the lack of healthcare and how expensive it is. If you have the resources, man, I would really encourage you to try to deal with it, and it's not going to be an easy process at all. You know, whether that's like a group situation or a private situation where you're finding help. But yes, I think that people coming together and coming forward, that sense of solidarity is so important for many of us. And I don't know, again, I said I don't know where you're located, so I don't know what your situation is in being able to find therapy, even if it is group therapy. But I know culturally that can also be a very, very sensitive topic. And maybe the people around you don't believe in that. So you got to find that, you know, and that's, again, going back to, this is why so many of us feel so alone in these experiences. So I'm sorry, and I feel you in more ways than one. So the person that was working on getting that person out of a doctoral program for racist and transphobic issues. I mean, look, that's a dangerous person to have working in clinical psychology. And I think that should be, if it isn't already, a part of your effort. Getting that coworker, somebody mentioned getting that coworker kicked out might reinforce their hatred. Yeah, but it's a very dangerous position to allow somebody like that working in clinical psychology. So hard to document if anything if you feel underwhelmed. I know. I've been there. I've been there. Trust me.
Hello!
Yeah, and maybe find like other people that have been, do some research online. Exploding Head Guy, his comment is really poignant as well. Like maybe try to do some research online that about, you know, people who've been in similar situations as you. And somebody else said HR is useless. They're all friends with each other. Bosses back up bosses. Man, again, this is why I can't fully disagree with that either, because this is another reason why people don't speak up about things. He doesn't deserve to have an education. He should be kicked out for something he works hard for. Well, when that person is going to be in a position of power, possibly dealing with trans and So that's the easy, like logically that makes sense. What you're saying makes sense, but it's in reality that's not the case, and that's why we're kind of we're thinking out loud here together and talking about this stuff. You've seen so many female and a few male artists get so much harassment on this platform. It doesn't matter if they wear a tube top or not. Twitch doesn't enforce terms of service for when they're brigaded by larger streamers that send their communities to them. Yeah, I've seen it. I'm lucky enough to have like kind of set the tone when I started streaming with people to tell them what kind of community this is. And luckily, I've found a great group of moderators that help maintain that. And that's a huge part of it. That's a huge part of it. I see BS every single day. And I'm sure I miss a lot of it too. But I see stuff. I'll see it sometimes. And the mods are super quick to get it removed. But I'm sure there's a whole lot that I do not see. More Chris says to the person that is making a complaint about that clinical psychologist, my advice is if you can, make sure you make the CEO aware. I think that's great advice. You work in quality, and root cause is key in root cause corrective actions. That's why it's important getting to true root cause. I don't know what means you work in quality. What? America is my country. I'm mixed, black, white, and native. Where am I supposed to go back to, brosif? Who's brosif? Tell me all about him. We got your back, Trip. F brosif. It's like when they just get so lazy, they don't have anything left to say because they're not interested and bettering society. So go back to where it come from. I missed your story, Optimus. You got a lawyer and they wanted $5,000. What's the story? You noticed, wow. You notice you have a tough time standing up to women who don't show you respect because of your past experiences. As an adult, you make jokes about it as a coping strategy. You know it wasn't your fault. Man. Again, another reason education and healthcare funding needs to happen. Instead it's being defunded. I wish and I hope that someday you're able to find an outlet to discuss these things and work through them, because none of us can do it alone. What's up, DMRG? Welcome to my stream. Oh man, I think I'm way behind, but I'm scrolling through a lot of these, you guys. And girls. There's so much that needs to change both policy-wise and at a cultural level. It's hard to not just be overwhelmed and feel like it's useless. How have you been able to stay motivated to change and not just hope society changes? I think so many people can relate to that. So many people can relate to that, including myself. Like, let's just take a step back and look at how I entered the public space as an individual. And I have to remind myself that I've always been a disruptor. I started out wanting to change things, and it's not easy. And yes, there are times where I'm frustrated, I'm tired, I want to stop, and sometimes that's okay. Sometimes I'm not motivated. Sometimes I really get frustrated, and I think, like, somebody else actually mentioned this earlier, like, man, these people aren't going to care until it affects them. And I get down. And that's normal. That's a normal feeling. And then I picked myself back up and I start over. So it's not necessarily like stay motivated. It's a continuous effort to find that motivation again. And I think one of those things, though, is actually having this community and being able to have these discussions. And also, I was talking to somebody about this recently. Who was I talking this to? Anyways, a few years ago when I was doing a big tour, I realized that I did have a responsibility to people. And I didn't really understand that before until I met people. I met people of all ages, all genders, all cultural backgrounds, all ethnicities, and I went around the world, and like the things that people said to me, it really impacted me in ways that I don't think I could have necessarily felt or would have resonated with me had I not been there in person. And so that really stuck with me. We need to restructure the system, put some of those funds, police funds, into mental health and social workers, people who are actually trained to deal with addiction and victims of abuse. In my opinion, exactly. This is part of what defunding the police is all about, and I encourage you to read up on it. And that's exactly what it's about. It's exactly what it's about. Whoever was talking about textbook definition of racism doesn't exist. No, man. Like, no. By the way, they just added a longer definition to the definition of racism if you want to go textbook with it. You wear equality. Oh, I got you, Optimus. Oof, 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 oof. You're a man and a minority. You've been sexually harassed by both men and women in the workplace. It's hard to speak up when the harassers are in position of power. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And I'm sorry. And I am very sorry to hear that. And thank you for sharing with us. Thanks, Bia Curran. What you're saying, I haven't been following your guys' back and forth, but I just read this part. What I'm saying is that aren't there unions and such in the US that happen to be helping employees with their employment and how to tackle these problems? I'll look it up, but it sounds unbelievable. There's been a large effort in the past few years to dismantle unions and paint them as something negative, and that's largely in part by corporations, you know, steering that conversation. Unfortunately, while I do fully support unions, I also have to say I have people that have had their experiences in unions where the people in power they got lazy. You know, they didn't care, and they don't want to help complaints because maybe it's going against a larger system. Once again, going back to, oh, if it doesn't affect me, then who cares? Location matters a lot. There's a huge change in both perspective and culture depending on where you are. I agree. We've talked about that before in stream too. Police do need defunding. They've had multiple opportunities to get better training. And I encourage you to read on what defunding the police actually means, because our educational programs, our health programs, our housing programs are being dismantled and defunded while they're increasing budgets for the police. So that solves nothing. Worth noting, social work as a field also has inherent racism and needs to be reformed as well. 100%. I feel like a lot of these issues are USA specific. When it comes to sexual harassment and racism, definitely not. I think that because a lot of protests are happening right now, it might feel that way. I think that because our police force is can be compared to that of a third world country, sure, but it doesn't mean that these problems don't exist and are specific to us. You've seen really awful behavior in large unions. It goes back to power and positions of subjugation. 100%. The lazy guy gets paid as much as the go-getter. Yeah. I'm scrolling through. There's a lot coming in, you guys, so I'm just... Police issues, yeah, definitely worse, but... Sexual harassment and racism happens everywhere. All right, let me do, I think I'm caught up. Thank you for those of you that spoke up and shared your stories, by the way. And you guys and girls can be assured that this will be a safe place for these types of conversations. Look, 92, thank you for the tier 1. Wizatol Oddnack 70, thank you for the subs, you guys. Damn it, Joseph, thank you for the tier 1 7 months. There, thank you for another 5 tier 1 gifted subs. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, so somebody sent me something I want to look at, so I'm going to be silent for a second. Is that real? No way this is real. That's impossible. Hold up. There's no way this is real, you guys. What the heck? No, this is like a satire. Uh, Never did and never will. Death. Never did and never will. It's a pirate site. Um, wow. I need to digest this. Hold up. I was looking within Discord. Now let me look at this. It's real? Oh wow. If this is real, they've got some trouble coming. There's so many holes in this. All right, this kind of goes off onto a deep end of something else that I really don't want to comment on because I don't want to give anybody anything. Let's just say that much. But you guys know what kind of community we have here, and that speaks for itself. That's all I'll say. As I said, we're all learning. Nobody has the answers. And I'll just kind of rehash a few things that we outlined, which is one, streamers should organize and develop a plan that addresses how Twitch should take action about sexual misconduct. And they should also, in doing so, organize with other industries to compile resources and develop solutions for victims. Two, there needs to be a stronger set of resources for victims that kind of goes with one, but as this happens in every industry, as I reiterated throughout the stream, these resources need to be more visible for people everywhere because everyone comes from different backgrounds, and for some people it's much harder to speak out than it might be for others. So again, is this compiling a list of resources that they would like to see? Maybe some of these things don't exist yet. And the second part of that is that the companies in questions should also offer abundant resources for victims. What are those resources, though? And this is where planning is very important and organizing is very important, because just blacking out without a plan, it's performative. And then we started to talk about legal actions and implications, which, as we discussed, in a perfect world, victims would be able to reach out to law enforcement or reach out to organizations for help. That's just not the reality. And two, legal actions and implications. As it stands now, sexual harassment is not a crime. But unfortunately, it plagues our culture, it plagues our society. And I commend everybody that has using their voice to speak out. And I also stand in solidarity with those who haven't come out. You don't have to. But we didn't even begin to really dig deep and scratch the surface. But it's not black and white, and there is no easy answer. But I think if we all agreed on anything, it would be that an independent group needs to come together to organize. No, it did not, Christmas. No, it did not. I've seen Ron Jeremy's name come up several times throughout the chat. I don't know what that's about. I haven't read anything, so I'm not commenting on something that I don't know about. And secondly, I'm not the face of his problems just because we might have shared a background. So I'm just going to put that on record, okay? So I hope we can continue this conversation. I'm already running 5 minutes late. Anyways, thank you very much, mods, for all of your hard work every day, but especially today. I'm sure there was some crazy stuff. That's 10 minutes early in Sasha time, yes. I'm sure there was some crazy stuff you guys had to deal with today. Thank you, everybody, for either sharing your stories or asking questions and staying civil, most of all. Most of all, staying civil. Thanks so much for watching, and let me see if I forgot anybody. I did not. Cool. I will see you guys tomorrow. I'm not sure what time yet. But we'll be back tomorrow. We're also going to figure out community game night and all of that fun stuff. So I'll talk to you guys and see you all tomorrow. Thank you.
Excellent!